ओके, चलिए। ए, कैसे आया तू? आई थॉट यू वेंट टू योर नेटिव। नो, एसी कर। रिमोट इज देयर। अरे इट्स इन द, या इट्स द क्लासरूम। ओके। Okay, guys. So two things that we are left with is procedure for registration under section 25, and one is revocation. Okay. Let's try and understand what is procedure. Very simple. Page number 9.12. Okay. Now the thing is very simple, my dear friends, and that is that every time you are liable to register either under 22 or 24. 22 is threshold limit wale cases, and 24 is definitely, my dear friends, compulsory registration. As soon as you become liable, within 30 days you have to register. Within 30 days you have to register. Okay. Yes. But when it comes to NRTP and CTP, that is not the case. In that case, you will not first do business and then register. First, you will register, then do business. And you will register at least 5 days before commencement of business. Acha. When the person applies for registration within 30 days from the date of becoming liable to register, the effective date of registration is date of becoming liable to register. But if he is a person who applies for registration after 30 days from the date of becoming liable to register, then definitely there is date of grant of registration certificate. Okay. So within 30 days, effective date will be date of becoming liable to register. But if it is after 30 days, then it will be date of grant of registration certificate. A lot of times they actually end up asking just this question. Okay, what is the effective date of registration? Simple. Okay. And you have to accordingly reply. So for that, just keep the center point as what? Date of becoming liable to register. If it is within 30 days, date of becoming liable to register. If it is after 30 days, date of grant of registration certificate. Okay. Next is 25 subsection 2. What does it say? Very simple. So I'll take A and B part both together. Okay. And we've also done this to an extent, so it'll be great. I'm sure you will be able to answer. I'm positive. So let's say, for example, DMart has two branches. Okay, one is in Maharashtra and one is in Tamil Nadu. Now, iska turnover is 30 lakhs, iska turnover is 50 lakhs. Aggregate turnover will be 80 lakhs. And since DMart is into supply of goods, tell me one thing. What is the aggregate turnover ka threshold limit? 20 lakhs or 40 lakhs? Is it exceeding 40 lakhs? Yes. So is he liable to register? Yes. In which state? Maharashtra or Tamil Nadu? Both the states. Okay. Because you are supplying taxable goods in both the states. So you will also register in both the states. Because in Maharashtra, you will have to charge CGST and Maharashtra SGST. And in Tamil Nadu, you will have to charge CGST and Tamil Nadu SGST. Got it? Perfect. That is the thing. Okay? That is perfectly the thing. So when you have branches in two different states, when you have branches in two different states, you have to compulsorily register in both the where you are making taxable supplies. Where you are making, हाँ, फिर वो नॉन टैक्सेबल है तो नहीं करना, ठीक है? टैक्सेबल है तो करना, वो हम लोग कल ही सीख, वी जस्ट डिड दैट yesterday. Okay. Now the question is, uh, what happens if, let's say, in one state only, let's say Tamil Nadu, I have one branch in Chennai and other branch in Sivakasi. Huh? It is completely optional. You know why? Because even in Chennai, I will charge what? CGST and Tamil Nadu SGST. And in Sivakasi also I will charge CGST and Tamil Nadu SGST. So here it is completely optional whether you want to take both separately. Yeah, you want to go ahead with what? Same registration. Same as in one registration. Okay, in case you go ahead with one registration, okay, let's say Chennai, okay, then you'll have to declare Chennai as principal place of business and Sivakasi as additional place of business. And if you are any which ways taking two registration, then there will be two separate GSTIN. So there is no question of anything. Got it? So this is optional. Okay. So here taking separate registration is ठीक है. Perfect है boss. Now the thing is, my dear friends, uh, that I really want to speak to you about is, yeah, one more case. What is that case? That you are in Tamil Nadu only, but one is Chennai, SEZ area, and let's say one is Madurai, non-SEZ area. Huh? In which manner? Yes. So now listen. Whenever in one state you have two places, one is into SEZ and the other is not in SEZ. Basically, it's called DTA, domestic tariff area. Okay. So now the thing is, in such case, if your aggregate turnover exceeds the threshold limit, whatever is applicable to you, 20 lakhs or 40 lakhs, whatever the case may be, okay, you will have to take separate registrations compulsorily. Is this very clear? Okay. So though they are in the same state, but one is SEZ area and one is non-SEZ area, here you will have to take separate registration for both of them. It is not an option, it is compulsory. Okay. Here it is clearly optional. Okay. That's it. So here tell me what will happen. Gujarat and Maharashtra, aggregate turnover 30 lakhs, different business verticals. So they have different businesses. Gujarat mein it is into garments, Maharashtra mein it is into coaching service. Tell me, separate registration required? Yes. Yes, compulsory separate registration. Lokini, you reach Sivakasi? ये हरी कहाँ है तू आज? And Yusuf? Okay. चलो. Second वाला? Second, different states. Same. How does it matter, beta? Sarat, just come now up. Acha, okay, to bring Parag sir. No, no, to bring Parag sir or what? Just come upwards once you come. यहाँ पे भी optional. Okay. SEZ wala point I've explained it here. Next, 25 subsection 3. So there are a lot of cases where you don't want to wait for the fact that you become liable to register. You want to directly register. Why? Simple. Okay, let's, for example, if you remember, let's say if you are liable to register, right? So you remember a day before that only inputs ka ITC is available. Capital goods ka ITC is not available. Right? We did this in 18(1)(a). So this will be a big loss to someone like a manufacturer. Why? Understand, he has started his business on 1/4. When he starts business, he'll have to invest money, no? He has bought machinery worth rupees 100 crores, where the GST is only 18 crores. And understand, let's say on 1/5, he exceeds 20 lakhs. Or understand, he might have invested 100 crores, but sale might not have happened. Are you getting it? Sale might have taken some time. So now, do you realize this machinery that he has purchased, which is obviously be, he has purchased on 1/4, but if it will also be as on 30th 4. Whose capital goods ka you will not get what? ITC. So this entire 18 crores will be what? A part of its cost. And if it is part of cost, simple, in costing you must have learned that you also take depreciation of machinery into account. So it will become a part of your unit cost. And it will be very difficult here to be competitive, because for your competitor, the cost of that capital goods is 100 crores and for you it is 118 crores. Now, how is your competitor taking it at 100 crores? Very simple. Because first, on 1/4, while he started business, while he started business, he took what? He took voluntary registration. And then on 2/4, he purchased machinery. So here, does he have GSTN number? Yes. Now, if so, now since he's a registered person, when he's purchasing capital goods, will he get the ITC? Yes. Got it? So the entire agenda, okay, of voluntary registration is to take what, beta? ITC. Okay. So even in case of Thankyou also, no, understand that there is so much of expense that has happened here. Understand? Projector, fans, this was nothing, huh? Absolutely nothing. Sheikh sir has made this like literally a place where you can study. So a lot of money has been invested, a lot of lakhs are invested here. And all of them will charge GST to Sheikh sir. Now to take ITC, Sheikh sir had to first take IQ kya? One. Are you getting it? Yes. Aja. 25.4 and 25.5. You are already aware of this. Yes or no, guys? Tell me where. Tell me where are you aware about it? Where have you done this? हाँ रामा ऊपर आना जरा. Which chapter have we done this? Go find. Go find for yourself. Distinct person, yaar. Yes. Also tell them the page number. जूस लेने के लिए क्या ना, एक वाटरमेलन का और एक वो ऑरेंज का. हाँ ऑरेंज. ऑरेंज समझता है. ऑरेंज अगर नहीं है तो पाइनएप्पल. हाँ हाँ हाँ. और एक पूछ ले जरा अपने पराग सर को भी. अब वो नीचे आएंगे, 10 मिनट रुक और उनको भी पूछ ले कुछ चाहिए तो. ठीक है. हाँ तो ले आ. केक ऑल्सो. चल. एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. सप्लाई. सप्लाई चैप्टर में वी हैव डन. रिमेंबर, where you are registered either in two different states or within the same state, and in 25(5) it is written you are registered in one state and you are unregistered in another state. Can you read that out in 25(4)? Just check. Every registered person to be treated as, in case of person having, just underline what I am asking you to underline. In case of a person having more than one registration, okay, a person was obtained more than one registration where, whether in one state or in more than one state, whether in one state or more than one state, then in respect of each such registration, that treated as what, my dear friends? Distinct persons. And here what is given? Where a person has obtained or is required to obtain registration in one state. Okay. So a person who has obtained registration in one state. Person has obtained registration in one state. Second, and has an establishment in another state. But understand that they have not commented about the registration part of it. They have commented on the registration part of the first establishment. Can you see that? Can you see that, guys? That they have commented on the registration part of the first establishment, but they have not commented on the registration part of the second establishment. Which is why in one state it is registered, in another state it is not registered. Are you getting it? Yes. So in such situation, my dear friends, very simple. They are still considered as what? Distinct person. And if there is any supply without consideration between such distinct person, it is deemed supply, and deemed supply. Okay. Okay, now understand, my dear friends, that when we talk about GSTIN, it's a 15-digit numeric code where the first 2 digit represents state. So if you'll go to Tamil Nadu and if you'll see any shop, the first three numbers you will see is 33. Yes. Do you have a bill with you? Check. Okay. The first two digits will always be 33 because that is the state code of Tamil Nadu. For Maharashtra, it is 27. Right? So any shop in Maharashtra you go, which is registered, first two digits are 27. Acha, next 10 digits will always be what, beta? PAN, permanent account number. Okay. The 13th digit will be number of registration within the same state. Mostly you will see here one only because generally people don't take more than one registration in the same state. Are you getting it? But it's a very interesting way that they've done is that let's say but someone wants to take more than one registration. So how much maximum registration that they can take? 9 because it's a single digit, right? But what if someone wants to take 10? So then instead of 1, what will appear is A. Because A will represent how much? 10. B, 11. So on and so forth. Okay. And the last, second last is, this is, oh, I don't know, but this is Z karke ek digit hai, that's always given. And the last is a check code. It can be either an alphabet, either it can be a number. It depends whatever the system chooses. Okay? Yes. So did you realize that the GSTN number is a PAN based number? So did you also realize that since it's a PAN based number, you also need PAN for it? Okay, and which is what they've said. PAN is a mandatory for all of them who are applying for registration. Okay, but remember. Okay, person who's deducting TDS under section 51 instead of PAN shall have tax deduction and collection account number to apply for registration. What do you mean by this? Very simple. That if you are a TDS deductor, you don't need PAN, you need TAN. Okay? You don't need PAN, you don't need to be TAN. You need a TAN. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay. Acha. What about NRTP? Non-resident taxable person who is coming outside India, from outside India to in India, let's say Justin Bieber. Will he have a PAN? No, he will not have a PAN. So what will happen? In case of क्या tan चमाट मारूंगा TDS काटेगा क्या वो? Is it deducting TDS? So tan कहाँ से आएगा idiot? So instead of PAN, self-attested valid passport number. Okay? And second is business entity. तो जैसे अपने आधार होता है, here we have आधार, no? So there are lot of countries which have tax identification number. हाँ बोलो भाई. हाँ perfect. हाँ पर आइज अभी मत लेके आना, ठीक है? थोड़ी देर बाद लेके आना. चल. Okay. Registration by officer in case of failure of a person to get registered. Now, my dear friends, the concept is very simple. Here, you fail to register. So, what has happened is that you are liable to register, but you fail to register. You are liable to register, but you fail to register. Okay? And that's the issue, guys. If you fail to register, then in that case, remember one thing. Government will do jabardasti will you. Government will be forceful. Government will say, listen, I am giving you a temporary GST number. Take it, go log in the system, GST portal, www.gst.gov.in, and pay the tax. Pay the tax. Are you getting it? Yes. And as soon as you get the temporary registration number, within 90 days, you apply for fresh registration. And let's say, in case you object his decision and you feel what? That no, I am not liable to register, but you are compulsorily asking me to get registered. Let's say I am only supplying services which are exempt, and which is why I am exempted from registration. Then in that case, you can also go for an appeal. Okay? But the issue with appeal is that, let's say in appeal, the decision that is upheld by the appellate authority is that yes, you are liable to register. Then as soon as the decision comes, then that from within that 30 days, you have to register. Okay? So the person shall either submit an application in prescribed temporary registration form within 90 days from the date of grant of temporary registration, or file an appeal against such temporary registration. Okay? And in case 2, if the appellate authority upholds the liability to register, application for registration shall be submitted within 30 days from the date of issuance of such order of appellate authority. That's it, my dear friends. Okay? Perfect. Acha. In 25 subsection 9, there is a new concept called UIN. Okay? Unique identification number. What is unique identification number? Very simple. They have told that, listen boss, if you are okay UN or any branch of UN, United Nations, or if you are a foreign embassy, okay, or a foreign consulate, or you are a multilateral financial institution, if you are either of them, then what happens is most of the services that you provide are what? Exempt. But the thing is that with all these institutions, we have an agreement, that is the agreement of reciprocity, mutual reciprocity. What do you mean by this? That if there is an American ambassador that comes to India, we will not charge him GST. And if there is a Indian citizen that goes to America, citizen nahi, ambassador, then we will not charge him US ka GST. Okay? So now there is no output tax, but there is definitely input tax. And this government said that we will refund you. So to claim the refund, What do you need? UIN, unique identification number, to log in. So there are notified supplies, okay, to claim the refund on. अरे रामा तू अभी कहाँ लेने चला गया भाई? अच्छा, तो कब ठीक होगा? हाँ हाँ, तो उसका नंबर ले ले और फिर तभी चले जाना, और अभी आ जा तू सीधा. Okay, just check. Any specialized agency of UNO or multilateral financial institution, an organization as notified under UN, consulate or embassy of foreign countries, and any other person notified by commissioner. This UN is needed for claiming refund of taxes paid on notified supplies, okay, of goods or services received by them, and for such other person as may be notified. UN granted is not a centralized UN. It shall be applicable to the territory of India. A person having UIN is not a registered person and thus is not a taxable person. The proper officer may, upon submission of application in prescribed form or after filing up the said form or after receiving a recommendation for Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India can assign a UIN to the said person and issue a certificate in the form GST REG 06 within 3 working days from the date of submission of application. So you will get your UIN within 3 working days. But it's very important that the UIN that you have applied also is backed with a recommendation done by MEA, that is Ministry of External Affairs. Who is the Minister of External Affairs? He is from South India, beta. S. Shankar, you don't know? He is making so much of headlines with his bold statements. Yes, he goes to such international forums and he just point blank says to everyone that, boss, listen, don't you worry. I will not do what Europe says. I will not do what US says. I will only do what? According to what India is. I don't give a damn. We are not a nation that will listen to someone. Got it? कहाँ था तू? हाँ? Packing? Where are you going? What time? 2:45? तो तो you all celebrate Diwali? So you all don't celebrate Onam, Onam, Onam? Onam, no? Kerala? So here, which is your homegrown festival? Pongal. What to do in Pongal? Eating. अच्छा. Okay, okay, Rakshi, I got it. Okay, good. She's so keen that she'll possibly, celebrate Pongal in Diwali only. As if her alternative profession is only to do all of that rituals and all of that. Good, I'm very happy that you're so passionate about it. Clearly, not everyone is. So now that is done. Acha, now guys, procedure for registration, there are few amendments in this. Okay, so we will not do it right now. I will give you a recorded video of like half an hour or 45 minutes. Just watch it and it'll be wrapped up. Okay. And then lastly, we will directly go to section 30 and wrap up things. Ah, okay. So you have to leave by 1, no? 1 or 1:30. Where are you going? Huh? B का? Okay. ठीक. Huh? What? So we will cut it before 12 only, no? Okay. हम बिस्किट लेके आए. अबे बांट दे सब में. है. ठीक है. तो कभी वो 10 बजे ही मिलेगा. हाँ तो ठीक है वो दोनों लेके आ. पर रुक जाओ. हाँ माने मुझे वो 9 बजे चाहिए. ओके. हाँ और नाश्ता भी लाइक 9 बजे चाहिए. फिर क्या वो संभार ठंडा हो जाता है रे. ओके. चलो फटाफट से. कभी 9 बजे वी विल टेक अ ब्रेक. हाँ. बट वी विल टेक अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक. हाँ भाई. यू जस्ट गो एंड कम फटाफट से. ओके. ओनली देन वी विल बी एबल टू do whatever we want to do. Okay. Next. Section 30. Section 30 is revocation of cancellation of certificate. Now what is this? Okay. Very simple. What this means is, guys, that cancellation of cancellation order. Again, I'm repeating. Cancellation of cancellation order. Okay. What do you mean by that? That now minus minus plus. Okay. So now your cancellation order is revoked and your registration certificate is reinstalled. Are you getting it? Yes. So now the thing is, my dear friends, what happens here is that as soon as you are served with a cancellation order, as soon as you are served with a cancellation order, okay, within 30 days from the date of service of order of cancellation of registration, okay. So let's say 110 I got my order of cancellation. So by 31st of October, I need to apply for what? Revocation. Okay. That please revoke my cancellation order and reinstore my registration certificate. Okay. So now initially, you know what used to happen, friends? That date of service of cancellation order, within 30 days you apply. If not, then it is extended by what? Another 30 days. But by whom? No. Additional commissioner and joint commissioner. And even if here you haven't, then again it will be extended by 30 days by police commissioner नहीं बे, कमिश्नर, पुलिस नहीं. टैक्स में कमिश्नर होता है भाई, क्या पुलिस कमिश्नर कहाँ से है? What nonsense. Okay. So first is 30 days which the section itself gives you, but if there is sufficient cause and reason to believe, it can be extended by additional commissioner and joint commissioner, and even if that does not suffice, another 30 days by commissioner. Okay. This is a recent amendment that has happened, this wala part. Okay. It can come in your exam if in case it is not asked in November 22. Yesterday I was so frightened यार that, तो वो लास्ट बेंच पे मुझे लगा ही था कि द लास्ट बेंच you laugh. Yes, while I was giving this motivational speech, I know couple of them were also laughing, and I'm like, boss, if I laugh now, entire motivation will go for a toss, and the message that I want to convey will not be conveyed at all. So I was like, okay, bhai, let's not look at them only. And I was clearly trying to ignore you all, because it is difficult to contain laughter if you see someone else and you exactly know why they are laughing. Because what happens is at times that obviously are, when you are at a lower level, you have to aspire them for something. It's extremely important for humans to be aspirational, because if they don't aspire, there will be no purpose of life. And if you don't have purpose of life, you will start having existential questions, that why are you made in this earth, what are you doing, what is the use of this birth, what will you achieve out of it, what is the difference between you and the animal, you and the stone, you know you will have such questions. The reason, the best part about, having being a part of an aspirant which is a competitive exam, is that you have a certain goal. That was May 23 is my attempt. Now I don't know, I have to figure out my shit, and I have to make sure that I prepare for it. Got it? And ICI is not going to delay the attempt if you say that, oh, I'm not prepared. And that is only when the work gets done. Now, in real life, when you enter, actually, there are no such deadlines. Are you getting it? In your job, it depends on your performance, your interest, that you will get a promotion or not. How much ownership you take, of the situation. Are you getting it? How much, willing are you to give yourself to the organization? And do you really follow the deadlines? The actual game though will start after you become CA. Till CA, you are just like, studying and all of that, and you're doing things that are expected from you. But you do exponential growth when you do things which are not expected from you. Have you ever thought what is the difference between a person who is a peon and who is a managing director? What is the difference? It's just one basic difference: the ability to solve problems and how easily replaceable you can be. So if there is no peon, it's fine. You can either replace him quickly because he hardly has any skills that cannot be replaced, right? And the level of problem it solves, it is not very, it will not question the existence of the company. But when an MD solves a problem, he brings in business. And when business comes in, money comes in. Money comes in, problems are solved. You have money to pay the salary. So and you cannot replace an MD easily, because when you bring business, there are a lot of connects that he uses. There are a lot of systems that he has placed. That's it. That's it. So the entire game is about your ability to solve a problem. So the bigger the problem you solve, the more you will be paid. Simple. Very simple. So you need to keep upskilling yourself and solve more complex problems in life. That's it. Okay. That's it. So that is it, my dear friends. Then, if the proper officer is satisfied that there are sufficient grounds for revocation, he may revoke the cancellation by an order within 30 days of application. Got it? So if he finds it, okay, yes, the application is proper, it needs to be revoked, within 30 days he will revoke it. But what if he does not? Can he directly reject the application? No, never, 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 never. You can never reject the application. Before rejecting the application, you will always have to give opportunity of being. That is by issuing a show cause notice. That show me the cause that why your revocation application should not be rejected. Right? So, he will give that, and okay, the person now will have to furnish the reply within 7 working days. Okay. And once the reply is given, again within 30 days, what will happen? Proper officer will dispose the application. Okay. If it is acceptable, he will accept it. If it is not acceptable, he will now finally reject it. Okay. So tell me the timeline here. Firstly, service of order of cancellation has happened. How many days? If you did not do that, extension, who will give? Joint Commissioner. Again, if did not happen, then again 30 days. Now application has gone in the hands of proper officer. What will he do? He will read it, and he will have two outcomes. Either he will accept it, or either he would want to reject it. But can he directly reject it? No. He will send show cause notice, SCN. Okay. And how many days will be given to the assessee? Now he will reply. Now, within how many days will I have to accept or reject? 30 days. Did you get it? This time limit can be asked in MCQs. Okay? So be aware of it. So ideally what happens is, that on the exam day, you are not allowed to read one sentence. You will have to make a certain chart of yourself. I will definitely share with you my summary notes, which I will revise it once I go home. And I'm planning that by November only I will issue the revised apna ye summary notes. Got it? By November end. Because I want that, that since you are handling a lot of subjects, I would want you to take at least the pressure of one subject lesser than what it is. And I've tried to also make sure that it is done as less pages as possible. Like for example, a composition scheme, I'm trying to wrap it up in like 2 sides, which is a page of almost like 15-20 pages. Yeah, definitely. So I will hand over the PDF and Sheikh sir will give you the print of that, right? Or you can also, it will not be a more than like 50-60 pages. So hardly, even if you have to incur, it will be like 50-60 pages, 50-60 rupees. I don't know what is the Xerox rate here. नहीं नहीं, one side, 1 rupee. बॉम्बे जैसा ही है सब भाई तुम लोग का. कुछ अलग नहीं. तमिल वर्जन ऑफ बॉम्बे. With low real estate cost and cheap South Indian food. Actually, South Indian food is also not cheap. But it's just that the size of idli is big. I will say that. Size of idli is big and the sambar is delicious. Like I love the sambar and the chutney. Like I was not very keen on that, but boss, I'm in love. I'm just in love with South Indian food. Like amazing. Chennai serves some really good South Indian food. Like I'm a big South Indian food lover, so I don't mind eating idli sambar for life. Masala dosa I've eaten, yes. A to B. When you will come to Mumbai, I will make you eat Gujarati thali. Yes. Okay, madam. Anything else? What about your marriage expenses? Should I also incur that? Okay. So students though, but it's actually cheap. Mumbai, Chennai is the busiest area in terms of flights, and I was extremely unaware that in terms of time zones, we are actually traveling to a different time zone altogether. Yeah, from west to directly south of India, like south of India, like it's extremely south. Like it's not like Andhra Pradesh. Like it's down there, and you just reach in 2 hours, and I've actually booked a flight of Chennai in 1500 rupees. Very cheap. No, no, I will take you. Huh? No, like 1500, 2000 max. And it is so amazing that it's so cheap, and I don't know why. Yes. But still, how much? Like 3000, 4000? Not a big deal. Chennai. Yesterday was a good night. Like, I actually went through a lot of areas. And from there, I went to this uh, Nukam. Nukamangam, that it is a very shady area where in the night everyone. Which? Lovers Park, nahi, there these कुंभकम ऐसा कुछ. हाँ, कोडाबक्कम. कोडाबक्कम. So Kodabakkam is known for, like, it's a red light area, no? हाँ, कुंभकम पर. हाँ, तो वहीं गया शायद. हाँ. ओके. So I was with the Rapido guy and I'm like, please take me somewhere. Keep riding the bike and let the meter go. I want to just like explore the city because it's extremely like uh, extremely peaceful in the night, especially that area T Nagar. No, like in like 12 a.m. After like 11:30, 12 a.m. So it was very peaceful, and I had some boost. Nice. It was great. Okay. But I was also very scared. What will something happen to me? Okay. Now, this happened with me. Like in Kolkata, I had once gone to take lecture, and I told which is the best area where I should go. Tell me, which is the best area? Please tell me because I want to explore the city. And they told me, "Okay, sir, you should go to." They named a place. No, 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 I forgot the name. So, so I checked that place with my branch manager. I'm like, where is this? I want to go to this street, you know. And he's like, are you fine? And I'm like, yes. Why? What happened? Why do you want to go to that street? And I'm like, because students told me, you know. And then I got to know it's Asia's biggest red light areas. Crazy. And I'm like, you idiots. And you won't believe what happened that the institution that I was teaching in, it was just like 1 minute away from that street. Now my lecture gets over at 9 p.m. in the night, and I am standing there for an Uber. And I am standing and I am doing like this. So people are all of a sudden teasing me that Anna, come no. Huh? And I am like, what the hell is. And the way they are, they're looking at me at a very shady place, shady way. The kind of, and I'm like, what the hell is happening here? And I was completely unaware of the situation. Then I got to know from the taxi driver this. I'm like, I directly went into the car and went for that place. And I'm like, first I'm calling the car, then only I will sit. I will not sit like that. So it was a very shady area. And what happens is that, I just, they are not very good looking people. It's very, like, okay, it's very bad. Like, the entire area is not that great. So, yeah, I was like, boss, why are we keeping our coaching institution besides this? Didn't we get a better place? Huh? Huh? This is so bad. Huh? Acha. Acha, MD is also there. It is? Acha. Okay. Okay, guys. Okay. Now, where registration was cancelled, आजा फटाफट से चलो. Where registration was cancelled for failure of uh, registered person to furnish returns. Now, do you remember that if you don't, file returns for a certain period, your registration will be cancelled. Okay. For composition taxpayer, it's 3 tax periods, and for regular taxpayer, it is 6 tax periods. Now, the thing is, my dear friends, that in case you don't file returns, okay, and because of that, your registration certificate is cancelled. Now, what do you have to do actually so that your cancellation order can be revoked? Let's understand. Okay. So, for example, this is April month. So, from April to September, for 6 months, you did not file returns. Okay. Your returns are actually pending. Okay. And since you have not filed returns, you have also not paid the tax. Now, let's say on 1st of October, your order of cancellation is passed. Your order of cancellation is passed. Now, you will have to apply for revocation within how many days? 30 days. Let's say, so I applied on within 30 days. Now, listen, you tell me one thing, that if I'm applying for revocation, that please, proper officer, please revoke my cancellation order. On what basis will he revoke it? Tell me. On what basis? So for that you should think, okay, on what basis did he cancel on the first place? Correct. He did not file, the assessee did not file returns, and that is why he cancelled the registration certificate. Now on what basis will he revoke? Correct. So he'll have to. Are yes or no? Correct. No, you can. So your revocation application only will be अपना ये accepted once you tell in that application. You have to write in that application that you have filed the return. Are you getting it? Yes, interest and penalties will be there. Late fee will also be there because of returns. Okay. So the deadline is that within 30 days you have to apply. So within 30 days of cancellation only, please make sure that you file the returns. Got it? What happened? He just woke up. Okay. ठीक है. ठीक है? Okay. Now, so within 30 days, he'll have to do this. Now the thing is, finally, let's say on 112, your revocation order is passed. Your revocation order is passed. So now within 30 days of the revocation order, you will have to file returns from October to, let's say from 1st October to 1st December. Got it? Why? Because beta, you have your registration certificate is cancelled and finally you got revoked at this date. So up till now you are dead. You are unregistered. But now that your revocation, your cancellation order is revoked, your cancellation order will also be revoked. And it will be revoked from the day when you have imposed the cancellation order. So 110 se leke 112 you must not have filed returns. And which is why, my dear friends, you will file returns for the same, okay, within 30 days of the revocation order. So there are two returns you will file. One, the pending returns, on the basis of which your application will be accepted. That is from April to September. Okay, and once your order is passed, okay, the period for which your registration certificate was cancelled, and it was the period which I will say, okay, was based on prospective effect. It was based on prospective effect. Okay, what do you understand prospective effect? How do you understand that? Very simple, that the order of cancellation is passed with effect from 110, with effect from 1, the effect is of that cancellation is also from 110. Okay, that's it. Did you understand this? Are yes or no? So this is case number 1, prospective effect. But then there is case number 2, retrospective effect. तो रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव इफेक्ट में बोला है अप्रैल से लेके सितंबर you haven't filed any returns. Now अक्टूबर से लेके so 1st October date of cancellation order, right? Date of cancellation order, but here it is retrospective effect. Yes, that is from 1st April. Okay, the cancellation is from 1st April. So you So now what happens is, when you are applying for revocation, you cannot file returns from April to September. Why? Because cancellation is from which period? April to September. So your period will only be disabled. Your registration is cancelled from April. So for that period you cannot file returns. Okay? So here you will not file any returns while applying for revocation. Okay? Now on 1st December, when the order for revocation is passed, so from there, within 30 days, you will have to file returns all the way from April to 1st December. Got it? Because April to September, though you returns you never filed only. Are you getting it, guys? That's it. Okay. So here the entire chunk will happen because you could not file the returns while applying for revocation application. Got it? Yes, that's it. Okay, that's the only difference between retrospective effect and prospective effect. Okay, and that is where we finish off our section 30. They have also given their own diagrams. Okay, if you like them, you read them. If you like mine, you read mine. Not an issue. Okay, so you just do one thing now. Okay, we will take a break, but first do one thing. First write this down. Write this down in your notebook. Revocation. हाँ हाँ, क्यों आपने बोला ना है अभी वापस। लिख दिया। बोल रहे हो? हाँ बोल ना। कल अपना समझ के शूटिंग चालू हो जाना चाहिए 11 बजे तक। कल 10 रील शूट करना तो तू 6 बजे का टाइम पकड़ के चल। क्यों, क्या हुआ? हाँ हाँ हाँ। अरे मैं चेन्नई में हूँ भाई, मैं आज रात को 10 बजे आने वाला हूँ, तो मैं फिर थक जाऊंगा, इसके पर्सपेक्टिव से मैंने बोला 11 बजे, समझा? लगता तो नहीं है, ट्राई करेंगे अपना। टारगेट है 10 रील शूट करने का। हाँ कंटेंट रेडी। अरे लेक्चर ले रहा हूँ। ये क्या हो रहा है ये? अरे शरद, अरे शरद, आई वांटेड दैट फेवर यार, लॉन्ड्री वाला, but the bag, but the bag I guess is in hotel. हाँ, white color bag, you will find out it's all folded properly. So just do one thing, all the shirts should be properly ironed, nothing else. Just make sure that all the shirts are ironed very well. What is it? Just tell him no that we want it by till like 7 p.m. Is it possible? The, because there is only ironing to be done, nothing else. Ah, okay. So please make this work done because I need to use those clothes tomorrow. Okay, chala. Arey, switch on the lights, come on. Also this fan, oi! Fan chalu karo. Switch on the lights. Chal. चल, कितना अच्छा बच्चा है।
recording one on one.
Okay guys, listen up. आ जाओ फटाफट से. Okay. Okay guys, now let's focus on e-way bill. चलो. Where is the projector? I'm extremely afraid. Okay. टाइट रहेगा ना भाई. But there is some restriction, yaar. Movement. You cannot stretch your legs. Huh? Okay. Yeah, I know, I know. I can fold it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can't take those chances. So I have to. Okay, now listen. Now we are into what better? E-way bill. What are we into? E-way. 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 So now listen. Why was this required in the first place? Okay. So friends, let's say if I want to send goods from Maharashtra to Tamil Nadu, I have to go through so many states. Which is the first state I have to go to? Karnataka. And then Madhya Pradesh. So upar se. Okay. So I guess from Karnataka I will have to bring it to Tamil Nadu. Right? Really? Let's see. मध्य प्रदेश कैसे आएगा बीच में? So Maharashtra, let's say from there Goa, Goa to Karnataka, Karnataka to Kerala, Kerala to Tamil Nadu. Let's say if I do something like this, are you getting it? So there is Goa, there is Karnataka, there is Kerala, and there is Tamil Nadu. 4 states I am crossing, beta. Yes. So every 4 states there will be checking, and my truck will be stopped. Now, since my truck will be stopped for a longer period of time, the time that it will take to transport the goods from one place to that will be more. And if that will be more, then definitely in that case, what will happen, my dear friends? I will also receive my money late. So the lead time will keep on growing. And that is not cool. Okay. So to reduce that, government said, let's introduce e-way bill. Now in e-way bill, my dear friends, they will not stop you anywhere. Okay. Unless and until they sense some tax evasion into picture, they will not check. By this, what happens is two things. There is faster movement of goods, and second, logistical industry will go tremendously. How? They are now able to cover more kilometers in less time. So they are able to charge more. They are able to earn more. Are you done with accounting ratios? So their in turn EPS will grow. EPS will grow. P is the same. So the market price will grow. Are you getting it? And which is why when GST came, a lot of logistical companies like Gati, like Blue Dart, you know, like VRL Logistics, right? They all, the share prices of all these companies were skyrocketing because it was very well understood that after GST, e-way bill is going to come, and after e-way bill, okay, the number of kilometers that a logistical company can actually travel in one day is going to be tremendously more, right? That are the main benefits of what, my dear friends, e-way bill. Also, what happens is here, I'll tell you, a lot of fake invoices can be tracked. How? Let's say if I tell you, okay, that I have issued fake invoice, and I am showing that I have sold goods to Aromal from Mumbai to Chennai, right? But I have actually sent the goods to Hari from Mumbai to Delhi. Now what happens is, okay, I have also created a fake e-way bill from Mumbai to Chennai. Now what happens is that now there is fast tag system that is there. Fast tag, through which the movement of the vehicle can be tracked. So a lot of times GST department, okay, shares its fast tag department share its data with GST department, and they will actually track कि on that date the vehicle went from Mumbai to Chennai or Mumbai to somewhere else. And if they see that the vehicle is actually going, the vehicle, okay, that you have actually written in the e-way bill is actually going from Mumbai to Delhi, but you have said that it is going from Mumbai to, that is how the entire scam will be unearthed. Okay, so that is the case. Now, who is the one who will actually generate e-way bill, my dear friends? Person who causes movement of, and it can be anyone. It can be supplier also, it can be recipient also. If I go to, okay, Silva's factory and drop goods, then I, yani ki supplier, has initiated movement of goods. If Silva comes to my factory, it is recipient who has actually initiated the movement of goods. So whoever initiates interstate movement of goods, whoever initiates where the consignment value is exceeding, okay, either by the reason of supply, either by the reason of other than supply, or due to inward supply from an unregistered person. The reason can be anything. Okay. So if supplier is registered under GST law and undertakes movement of goods, who will generate e-way bill? Supplier. If recipient is registered and undertakes movement of goods, recipient will generate e-way bill. If goods are supplied by unregistered to a registered recipient, it shall be deemed that the recipient has caused movement of goods, and he shall only generate e-way bill. And in case supplier is unregistered, recipient is also unregistered, then in that case anyone can generate e-way bill. So moral of the story is, you don't have to be registered under GST law to generate e-way bill. You have to be registered with e-way bill portal, and for that all you need is a PAN card, nothing else. Okay. Because GST portal and e-way bill portal are both different. Both are not one and the same, both different websites. Okay. So even if you are unregistered under GST law, okay, that's completely fine. You will have to generate e-way bill if you cause movement of goods. Okay. Now what is the consignment value, my dear friends? Value of goods under section 15 declared in tax invoice, delivery challan, bill of supply in respect of the said consignment. What is value of supply? Nothing else but transaction value. 15 to 15.1, 15.2, 15.3, that we've learned in value of supply. So let's say my selling price is 40,000, then the consignment value is 40,000. Okay. But remember, please, in this case, you will also have to include GST. You will also have to include, yes, but do not include what? Value of exempt supply, where the invoice is issued both for exempt and taxable supply. So there are 3 illustrations for this. Write it at the same time. Illustration number 1, case number 1, where you are only supplying what? Taxable goods. So in that case, you know, selling price is what is 18 forza? क्या 32? 18 2 is only 36 idiot. So what will be the consignment value here? 40,000, 7200 or 47,200? Come on, Anna. CV is consignment value. Case number 2. Only supplying exempted goods. E-way bill is to be generated only in case of goods and not services. Why? Because movement is always of what? Is there movement of service? हाँ? Movement नहीं है ना बेटा? चलो. Bill of supply. अच्छा यहाँ पे लिख दो ई-वे बिल not applicable. Why? Because what is the consignment value? And how much should it exceed? Underline कर. Here consignment value is 50,000, but when you are only supplying exempted goods, you are exempted from generating e-way bill. So forget about it. Write down 60,000 here. Okay. Exempted and taxable goods are supplied. Exempted and taxable goods are supplied. Correct? What will happen? Only? हाँ. तो एक सेकंड एग्जाम्पल लिखो उसका. Does anyone remember where you are in only one invoice? You are you are issuing taxable goods and exempted goods, but you are issuing only one document for it to save compliances, especially when your recipient is unregistered person. Which is that document? It also has some naughty meaning to it. Salam will remember. Yes. Tell me. Which document? Which document is issued when you should think? Okay, if I'm supplying taxable goods, which document do I issue? Tax invoice. If I issue exempted goods, which then both taxable and exempt at the same time, but only one document, then chalo, what will be the CV? Tell. What will be the consignment value? Huh? When both taxable and exempt goods are being supplied, you will take only taxable supplies plus GST. यहाँ पे लिखा है ना बेटा? It is written, no? Beta, is exempted supply subject to GST? Then this is levied only on this, no? A लिखा, no able to be generated. This VST Sheikh sir bought it for me. Why don't you all wear vesti? But normally you don't wear vesti. Why? Acha, vesti and like white shirt. Huh? Acha, okay, this stripe. Nice. Good, yeah. But looks very nice, like very traditional and very like rich culture. Especially, I'm sure if this is for silk, this is made out of silk and Sarat, Sarat. I couldn't figure out it myself because I was just what to put in where, and I was completely like, I think I need an expert. Sharad himself was confused. Then there is this guy, this another person. I guess he looks forward to accounts or something like that. There is another uncle, no? He- So that person held. Not Imran. Imran is not uncle, no? What he coming? Okay. Chal. We will do lungi dance today. Okay. Chalo, fatavat se. The limit of 50,000 is not applicable in which case, my dear friends? Interstate transfer by principal to job. Here, even though you are not exceeding 50, does not, you will have to generate e-way. You will have to generate e-way. Second, interstate transfer of handicraft goods by person exempted from obtaining registration under section 24. So if you are a handicraft person and if you are making interstate supply, you are supposed to generate e-way, which is why you will also get an exemption up to 20 lakhs. Registration. We did yesterday only, Lakshmi. PAN and e-way bill, both conditions required. So here mandatory e-way bill, that is even though 50 limit is not exceeded, you will have to generate e-way bill. Okay. Now you have to fill in part A and part B. Okay. Now let's go to e-way bill portal. Vati kami. What do you mean by Vati coming? Huh? Vati? अरे क्या है यार ये? Yes, not now. Hey, what happened? I can? अरे but I want to show you यार. Can't we connect to the internet? So why is this not coming? Why is the website not being open? Huh? ओके ठीक है, चलो आज ए चमाट मारूंगा, बंद कर उसको. Keep it, keep it in a bag. Okay, listen. Now, this is how it is generated. Uh, okay. So there is one part A and part B that you need to fill. Part A is definitely the reflection of invoice. So it's exactly like how invoice functions. You need to mention what kind of supply it is. You need to mention tax invoice, bill of supply, delivery challan, value of goods, HSN code, reasons for transportation. All of that will be mentioned. And at the same time, in part B, you will have to mention what? Transport details, where you will mention the transporter's ID, transport document number. And when it comes to air, rail, then there is airway bill, bill of lading, okay, and vehicle number in case of transport by road. So in part A, it is a reflection of what, beta? Invoice. And part B is transport details. So now you need to understand that if you are a registered person who's supplying goods, but you're supplying goods through rail, air, or sea, then what kind of document number you should have? Railway receipt, airway bill, and bill of lading, and you will have this number, and you will only insert part B details. You, as in the person who is actually registered and causing movement of goods. So part A will also be filled by him, and part B will also be filled by him. The second is via road. Self transportation agar hai. So I have my own vehicle and I'm transporting goods through that vehicle. Part A, registered person. Part B, when I say third party, GTA. Part A, registered person. Part B, transporter. Because it is transporter's vehicle. Okay. In case, okay, part A can also be furnished by transporter if so authorized, and also by e-commerce operator. Acha, why e-commerce operator? Very simple. Let's say I'm a very big reseller on Flipkart or Amazon. So instead of wasting time where the Flipkart guy actually comes to my factory, okay, let's say my factory is in Sivakasi and Flipkart's main godown, main warehouse is in Mumbai, let's say. So now someone is ordering, let's say from Pune. Now what will happen? They will have to come all the way from where? The goods have to transport it from Sivakasi to Mumbai and then Mumbai to, this will take time. And I know that a lot of people from Pune actually order my goods. Then instead of doing this back and forth every now and then, I will send a good consignment of goods only, let's say 1000 units to Mumbai. So then it can easily be transported from Mumbai to Pune. And obviously the likelihood of ordering the goods will be more if the duration shown out there is, let's say, 1 day or less than 1 day. Are you getting it? So what will happen is that my goods are already in whose godown? E-commerce operators godown. So here the e-commerce exactly knows the details of transaction, because the transaction is also happening through ECO. And the second is, since they are transporting through their own vehicle, they also have transport details. So here I only authorize Flipkart that I will not generate e-way bill, you only generate e-way because you know first, you have a first hand information that whom to transport these goods to, and you have your own vehicle. So instead of me, you only keep generating e-way bill. Okay, and whenever you are transporting goods through railways, the consignee who's going to receive the goods, he should go only after what product, he will get the goods ka delivery only after production of e-way bill. Acha, always remember when e-way bill is generated, let's say e-way bill is generated by whom? Supplier. Then the message will go to transporter and recipient. And recipient will have the option to either accept it or reject it. And same goes with recipient. If recipient is causing movement of goods, the message will go to whom? Supplier and transporter, and it will be on the owners of supplier whether to accept or reject that e-way bill. So recipient will always have e-way bill. Now, what happens is as soon as you generate e-way bill, a unique e-way bill number is generated which lasts for 15 days. And within that 15 days, you have to then generate what? Part B. And once you have generated part B, what will be generated? E-way bill. So first, generate part A. It will generate unique e-way bill number which will last for 15 days. And in that 15 days, you make sure that part B is also generated. And then we'll generate what? E-way bill. Now, is there any time limit to communicate the acceptance or rejection of e-way bill? Answer is yes. Either the time of delivery of goods or 72 hours of the details being made available to the common portal, whichever is earlier. And if no communication is made, there is deemed acceptance. Simple. This is extremely important because this can be definitely asked in the exam. Validity period of e-way bill. Okay, there is a lot of computation here involved, lot of small. Okay, now you can transport goods through two vehicles. One is ODC and the other is other than ODC. ODC is odd dimensional cargo. Basically, this is a big vehicle and this is a small vehicle. You know those vehicles which has like 16, 18 wheels, right? Big, huge, right? So now what happens is, tell me, which vehicle will be able to cover more distance, big or small? Array, distance in terms of transportation. Obviously small, no? Array, small can cover more distance because it is less heavy. So it will speed faster, no? Yes or no? Array, it will move faster, no? What moves faster? A small vehicle only, right? A bike moves much faster, better than a car because it has less iron in it. Got it? So, small vehicle will obviously do what? Move faster. It can cover more distance, which is why they have told here 200 kilometers and here 20 kilometers. So, if your distance from point A to point B, yani from consigner's location to consignee's location, is up to 200 kilometers and you are transporting it through other than ODC, then your validity of e-way bill will be 1 day. Sir, what if it is not 200? What if it is 250? then every additional kilometer that you have over and above 200 kilometers, you will have to add an additional day to it. So here it will now be valid not for one but for 2 days. Got it? And same case will happen with respect to 20 kilometers for ODC. So ODC can travel maximum 20 kilometers in a day. That is what government feels. And which is why they have kept 20 kilometers as the threshold. So if the distance is, let's say, 85 kilometers, the e-way bill will be valid for how many days? 5 days. Got it? 20 forza 80, and it is more than 80, so it will be part thereof will also be an additional day. That is, instead of 4 it will be 5. Got it? Are yes or no? Perfect. Now the entire catch is from which day to calculate. Okay, firstly tell me, ODC, what is the threshold limit? ODC, big vehicle, small vehicle. ODC, big vehicle, small vehicle. ODC, big vehicle या small vehicle? Big vehicle. More time, less time? More time. More time, beta. It will take more time. Big vehicle will take more time. And which is why there are less kilometers involved there. How much? 20 kilometers. Small vehicle, 200 kilometers. ठीक है? चलो. अच्छा, tell me here, how many days will it be valid for? Okay. Now, how will we count those 3 days or 11 days or 10 days? If I say that e-way bill is generated, let's say on 10 p.m. of, what is the day today? 22nd of October. No, never. So listen, the calculation will be midnight to midnight. Midnight to, so for us, whenever you generate the e-way bill, whenever, you directly go to the midnight. When does the day get over? 12 a.m. Yes or no? So here, it's how many hours you have to complete 22nd October? 2 hours. So you will directly go to the midnight of 22nd and 23rd. So take this as the starting point. And you will end the day when? This is the day when one day ends. Are you getting it? So on and so forth. So if there are, it is valid for 2 days. So 23, 24, 24, 25. So it will be valid for till 20, 24, 20, 23, 24, 24, 25 midnight. Got it? Are yes? So now tell me in this case what will happen. 22 hours of 15 July. ODC 100 kilometers. First, it is valid for how many days? Okay. So when will the counting start from? 15, 16. Okay, it will start from 15, but it will end on first day will end on got it? Help me with the second one. बताओ. चलो, ये फर्स्ट में है, तो it's just been 3 hours starting that day, right? We have to directly go to midnight. Our starting point is midnight. What is the midnight? First second ka midnight is our starting point. Okay? But one day will end at 2. So first, second we will ignore. Second, third, first day. अच्छा, वैलिडिटी कितना है इसका? Second, third, midnight. क्लियर है? Okay. Extension of validity can be done by the commissioner if he finds it valid. Okay. Not very important. Cancellation of EA bill, very important. You can cancel the EA bill within 24 hours of generation of EA bill. But beta, if you are verified in transit, if the proper officer knocks your door, beta, that open the car, stop the car and open it, what will happen? Then you cannot issue EA bill, my dear friends. Okay? You cannot cancel the EA bill and generate new EA bill. Okay? Okay. Now, 2, 3 things you need to take care of, my dear friends. First is, when is it that you are okay if you don't generate a part B? Still you have generated the EA bill. So to generate EA bill, you need 2 things. One is a part A, one is a part B. One is a part A, one is a part B. Only when you generate, only when you fill in both the details will you generate EA bill. But in this case, only if you generate a part A, you have generated a valid EA bill. What is it, my dear friends? What is their circumstance? Try and understand. Very simple. Now, if the supplier, my dear friends, want to take goods from Mumbai to Ahmedabad, Mumbai to, yes, the recipient factory is in Ahmedabad. Now, what happens is, my dear friends, you tell me one thing. Have you ever gone to outstation in your bus? Bus, have you gone? So, what happens? Does that bus come to your home or you have to go to the bus station? You have to go to the bus station. Yes or no? Then tell me one thing, my dear friends. In that case, even when you want to transport goods, even when you try to transport, the person will not, the truck will not come to your factory. You will have to take the goods and go to the goods station. Are yes or no? Are yes or no? Then what will happen here, my dear friends? Here, what will happen is that government said, listen, when you are taking your goods from your factory to transporter's place of business, from your factory to your transporter's place of business, in that case, if the distance is within 50 kilometers within the state, within the, then in that case you are only required to generate a part A. You are not required to furnish any detail in part B. Even then, in that case, you will generate a valid e bill. So, what is the distance within 50 kilometers? But it is within the, it is within the, it is within the, got it? Only then part B not required to be generated. Da. Now what happens? Da? This person who is a transporter has a station in Mumbai and has a station in Ahmedabad. From one station to another station it is going. Da? Yes. Is it interstate supply? Yes. Is it more than 50,000? Yes. 50 kilometers has nothing to do now. Simple. 50 kilometers has to be done only when the transaction is within the state. Only when the transaction is. If it is interstate, even if it is half a kilometer, does not. You have to generate e-way. You have to generate e-way. So here, is it interstate? Yes. Now, don't look at the distance. Only look at consignment value, which is more than 50,000. Yes. Then you will generate e-way bill. And here you will have to better write down part A and part. Only then it will be a valid e-way bill. Now the goods have gone all the way to Ahmedabad in the transporter station. So the transporter has a station. He has, so there are a lot of buses that he has, right? He will not directly go to recipients premises. He will go and drop it to a station. Now who will have to pick up those goods from the station? Now the recipient, from recipient's place of business to transporter's place of business, here the distance is what? Within. Then in that case, do you realize there is again a change of motor vehicle? What an who is going to come and collect the goods? Then he will come walking, or will he come with his conveyance? Or he will come with his vehicle, no da? Then now, is there a change in vehicle? Yes, da. First vehicle was of supplier, da. Second vehicle was of transporter, da. And third vehicle is of recipient, da. Now that the motor vehicle has changed, ideally you need to update the details, da. But you are not required to furnish or you are not required to update the details, da. Why? Because the supply is within. And how many kilometers, da? Are yes, da. Are yes, sir, da. So now I conclude two things, da. That from consigner's place of business to transporter's place of business, if the distance is up to 50 kilometers, da, and that is within the state, da, then you don't need to furnish part B, da. But then when the goods go to the transporter's place of business, da, and recipient is coming to receive those goods, to take those goods, da, then in that case, if the distance is within the state, da, then you are not required to update. Furnish nahi. Update part. Got it, da. Are yes, da. Are yes, D. Are yes, Anna. Yes, Vati. Okay, beta. Vati, kami. Okay. Got it. This is the conclusion, da. Do you understand the difference between furnish and update? The word furnish is given because there only part A is reflected. Samjha? But then from Mumbai to Ahmedabad, it is going, so the details of part B are already inserted. Now you don't have to update it. When who's coming? Recipient is coming to receive those goods. What? Okay. Okay. Okay, da. Next, easy wala. Transfer of goods from one conveyance to another conveyance. Da. What is happening here? Da? Listen, there are two things. What is one thing? Arey, what is one thing? Tell me one thing. Okay, listen now. So there are, listen, da, listen. There are two motor vehicles here. Are yes or no? So I was going through a motor vehicle, da. But then what happened? There was a nervous breakdown of that vehicle, da. It got broken down. So now the same transporter is telling, don't you worry, da. I'm coming with another truck, da. So what did he do? He took the goods from one vehicle to another vehicle, da. But the e-way bill, the transporter's detail had the number of motor vehicle number 1, da. Now do we need to update this or not, da? Yes. We need to update. And who will update, da? The same transporter who's coming with another and a different vehicle, da. Or yes or no, da? So here, is there change in vehicle, da? Yes. Is it by the same transporter, da? Yes. Only then, my dear friends, in that case, you will have to update the details of part B, changing the motor vehicle number, da. Are got it? But here, my dear friends, in the second case, it is a different, da. Here you are changing the motor vehicle and also the transporter, da. Because if someone wants to come to Mumbai to Chennai, no one is coming directly from Mumbai to Chennai, da. One is coming from Mumbai to Bangalore and then Bangalore to Chennai. Da. So now there has to be change in motor vehicle and transporter also. Da. In this case, you will do assignment. What will you do? You will assign e-way bill number. And who can assign that? Only the supplier or the recipient who has caused movement of goods. So he will basically give that e-way bill number to whom? Another transporter, and another transporter will log in with those details and okay change the motor vehicle number. Okay. And remember, you can assign it only once. Please write down. Assignment of e-way bill can only be done okay. Okay, the last is, my dear friends, second last actually. Acha, do you remember bill to ship to na? Bill to ship to model you remember beta? Where I am billing to whom beta? Hari. But I am shipping to Balaji. I am billing to, but I am shipping to, because it is Hari who has told me to send goods to Balaji. Are you getting it? So if Hari is telling me that, sir, please send the goods to, then who has given me the direction? Then obviously I will go to Hari for payment, and I will also issue invoice to him only. I will also charge GST to him only. And which is why in this transaction, Hari will only get the IT. But do you remember, for availing ITC also need receipt of goods and service? But here, is he receiving goods? No. So it will be deemed considered that when Balaji receives the goods, that is the time when Hari also receives the. Okay. Tell me one thing. If I am in Mumbai, he is in Chennai. Okay. And obviously Hari, let's say for example, okay, is from Bangalore. So he tells me to send goods to Balaji who is in Chennai. Now you tell me in this case, how many times the movement is happening here? Movement, I said movement, idiot. What did what did Hari told me? What did Hari tell me? That send goods to? Then I am sending goods to? Does the transaction get over or not? Then how many times movement happened? Are you blind deaf person? How many times? From Mumbai to Chennai. So one movement, one e-way bill. One movement, one movement, one movement. And that e-way bill will be generated either by me or by Hari. Sorry. Okay, I'll tell you. Am I the supplier of goods? Yes. Right? So I am supplying goods to whom? To Hari. And on behalf of Hari, I am delivering it to whom? Balaji. So what used to happen actually is that initially Hari used to purchase from me and then send to Balaji. Purchase from me and then send to. Now he is directly asking me to send to. So do you realize in this case there were two suppliers, me and Hari. Me and simple, because how me and Hari? Arey, what did Hari used to do, beta? He used to purchase from me and supply to. Arey, so in that case, I am the supplier and he is also the supplier, no, yaar? I am supplying to him and he is supplying to. Arey, Balaji is not my customer. My customer is, and Hari's customer is. So, आज either me or Hari, either of them can generate what? E-way. Check the transaction. A is ordering B to send goods to. Okay. Which are those cases where e-way bill is not required to be generated? Few cases you need to remember. Kerosene oil sold under PDS, Public Distribution System. Jewelry, currency, used household and personal effects. So if basically what is happening is, okay, if let's say अपना ये क्या है, Aramol is shifting his house from Kanyakumari to Chennai, okay, अरे yes or no? Then in that case, even though the value of goods is more than 50,000, since it is personal effects, he is not required to generate any e-way. Acha, goods transported by non-motorized vehicle. What is non-motorized? Example, please. Arey, give me an example of conveyance that does not have motor. Classic example, bullock cart, cycle, ट्राईसाइकिल भी बोलते हैं बेटा. तो all of this, write the example, bullock cart, cycle, all of this can come. Acha, second is, if goods are transported from custom port, airport, air cargo complex, land custom station to inland container depot or container freight. So I'll tell you something. Listen up, idhar aao. What is ICD and CFS? ICD, inland container depot. What are these? So what happens is something like a Indore or a Delhi, where it's a landlocked city. Landlocked city. It does not have water nearby. Like Tamil Nadu, it has water. It has water and water, only water. Uttar Pradesh, yes, definitely. Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Indore is in Madhya Pradesh only, beta. Basically, all those states which are not on the borders. Okay. So, if from Indore, let's say MP, someone wants to import goods, what used to happen, Let's say if he is importing from Sri Lanka to Chennai, then from outside, let's say from Pakistan or USA, then Mumbai port is convenient or Gujarat port is convenient. So they had to go all the way there, all the way to Mumbai port. Then ensure that the goods are being taken from Mumbai port to Indore port. And there they also take some time, because sometimes they used to, have to speak to the proper officer, custom officer, and do the regulations, and only then take out the goods. So that was taking a lot of time. So what did government do? Government said, okay, all those importers who are from Indore, you don't come, we will come to you. We will create an area and designate it as what? ICD. Inland Container Depot, which are called dry ports. What are called? Dry ports. And there will be a custom officer or representative. You come to the nearby ICD, pay the custom duty, IGST, and then take your goods. You won't have to come all the way to Mumbai. Is this very clear, guys? Okay. And container freight station is all those cities which do not have an international airport, right? For example, all northeast states, they thought don't even have, many cities so don't even have what? A domestic airport. Are you getting it? That's how underdeveloped it is. Only railway and roadway से ही काम चला रहे वो लोग. Only railways and roadways. So many of them don't even know there is something called as aeroplane. Yes, that's how poor it is. Northeast is the most neglected area of India, my dear friends. Sorry to say. But Modi ji is now focusing on it big time. Are you getting it? There were these Chinese people who are also encroaching Arunachal Pradesh. Andhra nahi beta. Arunachal Pradesh. Yes. And we are now taking control of that. Good. Very holistic Prime Minister Modi ji is. Modi ji has come to Chennai. Have you all seen him? Huh? Seen him? Where? Huh? Where? Nehru Stadium. What is? Chesuli? What is that? Ah, international jazz competition. That happened in Mahabalipuram, no? So much of tourism they attracted. So they do all of these. You know why? Nay, so now understand 2024 elections are about to come, right? So there is a reason why our finance minister is from South India. It is not a strategic move, like because it's not because Nirmala Sitaraman is so educated. No, it has nothing to do with her. It is to do with where she comes from. And Bharatiya Janata Party has a very weak base in South India. They are all regional parties actually dominate, right? They're like Stalin is from AIDMK, DMK, sorry. Jayalalitha was AI, right? So they want to do things that make the South Indians also feel that this is the party that they should vote for even in general elections. Are you getting it? Yes. Because there has always been a sense of, I don't know, disconnect or something like that. Because South India is actually very different. So Bharatiya Janata Party is, very famous in UP and all of that. UP, I told you, UP, how big is UP? UP is thrice UK, thrice the times of UK. And look at the UK Prime Minister, Miss Truss. She became Prime Minister last 2 months and she resigned. She just resigned. Yes, under pressure. Because she was not able to take the responsibility of the economic crisis that happened. And now you know who is the contender? Who is going to be the next Prime Minister of UK mostly? Rishi Sunak. You know who is Rishi Sunak? You don't know, beta? You know Narayan Murthy? Who is Narayan Murthy? Narayan Murthy. Infosys chairman. Infosys, you have not heard. Infosys. Narayan Murthy, Sudha Murthy, you have not heard. Then what have you heard, beta? So he is son-in-law of Narayan Murthy, actually, Rishi Sunak. So basically, India का दामाद है वो, India का son-in-law है वो. So now it will be ruled by India. UK will be ruled by an Indian origin. Are you getting it? It's time that we conquer the Britishers and take our Kohinoor back. Huh? So what? We are Indians, beta. We can't be afraid. Okay, listen. Listen up now, guys. अरे ये ना रसकला माइंडेड आ जाओ फटाफट से. तो यार either from custom board to ICD or ICD to custom board, either ways does not matter. E-way bill is not to be generated. Is this very clear? Acha, from one custom station to another custom station, if there is movement of goods, E-way bill will not be generated. Acha, fourth wala kya hai? Where the goods being transported are exempt from tax. Okay. The notification is either 2/2017 or 7/2017. Okay. So as I told you that if you are only supplying what? Exempted goods, you are not required to generate e-way. It is because of this point. Acha, fifth wala is if you are transporting or non-taxable supplies like alcoholic liquor and 5 petroleum products, no e-way bill. If your supply of goods is being treated as what? Not a supply under Schedule 3, 7 subsection 2, not a supply. No required to generate EVA bill. Seventh, empty cargo containers. Eighth, important. So what happens is that especially those industries that are dealing into chemicals, they have to first take the truck filled with chemicals to a weigh bridge where they will weigh the goods. That how many liters are there? Let's say 100 liters. Then there is a calculation of normal loss. That normally, okay, 10 liters are lost. So delivery will only be of how much? 90 liters, but they will charge for how much? 100 liters. The cost will be borne by the recipient. Anything about 10 liters will be borne by the supplier. Right? So if there are, instead of 90 liters, recipient receives only 80, so 10 supplier will have to go additional and give it to the recipient. Okay? Now the thing is, my dear friends, the distance from factory to weigh bridge is basically a platform something like this. There the truck will come, the entire weight will be reflected on the meter. You reduce the weight of the truck and you will get the okay weight of the goods. So the distance between okay your place of business to weigh bridge and the other way around, if it is up to 20 kilometers, no e-way bill is required to be generated. Just read it. When goods are being transported up to a distance of 20 kilometers from place of business of consigner to a weigh bridge for weighment, or from a weigh bridge back to the place of business of the said consigner, subject to condition that the movement of goods is accompanied by a delivery challan issued in accordance with rule 55. Ninth, where empty cylinders for packing of liquefied petroleum gas are being moved for reasons other than supply. Even this will be considered as what? Not required to generate e-way bill. Done? Okay. चलो होगा यार, ये तो अभी only like 15 minutes and we are done. चलो उसके बाद थोड़ा फोटो वोटो सेशन करेंगे मस्त टकाटक. नहीं, बस हो गया अपना, चालू करते हैं। बुला ले सबको। चलो आ जाओ। ओए, बुला सबको। अरे कॉल एवरीवन। ओके चलो आ जाओ। एसी चालू करना है बालाजी। Okay, now listen up. What are the documents and devices to be carried out by a person in charge of conveyance? Abe, put your phones inside. Documents and devices to be carried out by a person in charge. What are the documents? Very simple. Invoice, bill of supply, and delivery challan, as the case may be. And second is copy of e-way bill in physical form or in electronic form, whatever the case may be. Second, if it is e-invoice, then you should definitely have invoice reference number, and on that e-invoice there should be QR code. Okay. Verification of documents and conveyances. The commissioner or officer empowered by him in this behalf may authorize the proper officer to intercept any conveyance to verify e-way bill in physical presence or electronic form for interstate or interstate movement of goods. So basically, commissioner either by himself or he can authorize someone, and he can actually check, verify with the person in charge who's carrying those goods. Person in charge is, let's say, for a truck, it's a truck driver. He will ask him to produce e-way bill, and the e-way bill में जो भी goods होगा, whatever goods are there, will be tallied with what? The goods that you are actually transporting. Are you getting it? And it will be showed. Let's say, for example, there are 100 units, but actually they'll end up discovering there are 200 units in that. So whenever there are more units than what they are actually showing, the remaining 100 units will be confiscated, because that clearly means that they want to bill amount how much? 100, but they want to sell actually how much? Yani extra 100 units will be cashed out and will never be a part of books of accounts. So the 100 units will be confiscated. Okay. Now the scene is that here, as soon as the inspection takes place, within 24 hours, you have to send part A, and part B, which is the final report, you have to send at least within 3 days of inspection, for which an extension of another 3 days is given by none other than the commissioner. Okay, the period of 20 hours or 3 days will be starting from the midnight. Yani exactly the calculation like e-way bill. Samjha? That's it. Will be counted from the midnight of the day on which vehicle was intercepted. Okay? Where the physical verification of goods being transported on a conveyance has been done during transit. Acha, always remember, let's say for example, Mumbai to Chennai it is coming via Goa, via Karnataka, and then finally to Tamil Nadu. Okay? So if it is once it is checked somewhere, it cannot be checked for another time. Okay? For that, a solid reason of tax evasion should be there if you want to check again. Otherwise, it is not allowed to check. Once you are checked, it's done. Okay, that is what it says. Where the physical verification of goods being transported has been done during transit at one place within the state or in any other state, no further physical verification shall be carried out again. Okay, unless a specific information related to tax evasion is made available subsequently. The hard copies of notices issued by tax authority may be shown as a proof of initiation of action by the tax authority by the transporter person to another person as and when it is required. Okay. Acha. And remember, the confiscation or detention of goods will always be on those goods where violation happens. So here you have showed that there are 20 consignments, but you are carrying how much? Only 5 consignments will be subject to detention or confiscation. Okay? This is extremely important, this part. When e-way bill is not required to be generated, the restriction basically of e-way bill, my dear friends, the restriction. When will government restrict you from generating part A of e-way bill? And listen, if there is no part A, there is no part B, e-way bill cannot be generated. So 4 points. First, person paying tax under combo scheme has not furnished statement for payment of self-assessed tax. Which is this statement? This statement is GST PMT 08 form. The one that I showed you that day. Outward supply, inward supply. Remember? Output tax, input tax. No, that is not 9. GST PMT 09 is when you can transfer the balance in the e-cash ledger from one minor head to one minor head, from one major head to one major head. But it was the one that I showed you while computation of composition scheme. That there are two types of taxes we will have to pay. One is output tax and the other is input tax liability. Okay. For 2 consecutive quarters, it is not done. Second, a person paying tax under regular scheme has not furnished returns under 2 tax period. A person paying tax under regular scheme has not furnished GSTR 1 for 2 months or 2 quarters. So you can also file it quarterly, you can also file it monthly, which you will learn in returns. And whose registration has been suspended under Rule 21A. Whatever cases we have learned under suspension. So if any of the 4 cases happens, you are not allowed to what? Generate part A in e-way bill. वो disable ही हो जाएगा. It will be disabled. You can't insert any information only. And listen, if e-way bill cannot be generated and then you want to transport goods, and in between if someone asks for e-way bill and you don't have e-way bill, your goods will be what, beta? Confiscated. Got it? Yes. And for that you have to pay heavy redemption fine, and that is as equal as 100% of the goods amount. So don't do this, please. Please don't go for this stunt. Okay. Now there is a very, very important, my dear friends, amendment here. Why? Listen. So what used to initially happen, that let's say Mr. A, sorry, Mr. B, Mr. B is there. Now Mr. B, let's say for example, is a person, let's say for example, he has not filed returns, he has not filed his GSTR1 and all of that. Now, part B, when it comes to part B, Mr. B, part A cannot be generated, e-way bill cannot be generated. So initially that was for both, for inward supply and for both outward supply. Now this became a very tricky part, especially when it came to inward supply. Why? So what used to happen is Mr. A wants to sell goods to whom? Mr. B. So as soon as he puts Mr. B as the recipient in part A, right? All the other fields become disabled in part A. And Mr. A is not able to what? Generate EV bill. Why? Because Mr. B has not filed GSTR1. So who cannot actually sell goods now? A. Now what is A's fault here? A का कोई fault है क्या? Is A at fault? Who is at fault? Who has not complied? So who you are supposed to penalize whom? But you are penalizing whom? A. A wants to sell and A is doing all compliances. But because B is not doing any compliances, what is happening? A is also being penalized. So government said, don't worry, okay, we will put this restriction not on inward supply, only on outward supply. So Mr. B will not be able to make any outward supplies if he does any of the four things that is mentioned there. So the restriction on part A will be only on outward supply and not on inward supply. So government wants to stop restricting of his sale, and if you cannot do sale, the game is over. He will finally comply and okay, make sure that this restriction is taken off. So that is what they are saying. Blocking of GSTN for e-way bill generation would only be for defaulting GSTN supplier and not for defaulting recipient or transporter. Suspended GSTN cannot generate e-way bill as a supplier. However, suspended GSTN can get the e-way bill generated as a recipient or as transporter. In other words, e-way bill generation facility is blocked only in respect of outward supply of goods, outward movement of goods of registered person who is not eligible for e-way bill generation as per rule 138E. And e-way bill can be generated in respect of inward supplies of the said registered person. There is also an example given for the same. Okay, that's it. And the last is, my dear friends, where especially this used to happen in textile traders. So supplier has supplied goods, but these textile traders sometimes don't have enough space in their godown to store those goods. So they ask the supplier that please unload the goods at transporters warehouse or premises only. So what will happen is supplier will generate e-way bill, yes, and he will put the address of transporters godown. Now to do this, recipient has to make sure that he declares this as additional place of business. And then once the goods are unloaded, transporters go down, and later recipient also has enough space in his godown. He will ask the transporter to now generate another e-way bill and send the goods to his godown. Got it? So for temporarily, recipient is using whose godown? For storing the goods. Just check. Read कर जरा रोमल. As additional place of e-way bill requirement. Read कर Yusuf. Correct. The transporters go down. POB is place of business. Additional place of business. अभी तो बोला गधे. और यहां पे करेक्शन कर दो जरा. Just add this. So found that order worth rupees 45 Lakshmi, read it. Happy company. अरे ये तूने बोला कि नहीं 43,000 फ्रॉम. So happy company has his three store Ram, Sham and Mohan, and they have received order from Kishan. So now what is happening here? Tell me now what will happen. Will EVA be generated? If yes, then how much? 1, 2 or 3? Huh? 1, 2 or 3? Listen, boss. For every invoice, you will generate EVA bill. Every invoice. Got it? So now just see, are all of the three exceeding 50,000? If yes, then all the three. If not, then kya only one exceeding? One slap I will give you, idiot. All the three are exceeding. How about this question number 3? What will happen in first case? GST is 12%. 32,000 taxable supplies plus GST 12% plus 12,000. Will you include 12,000? Only this and GST, which will be less than कितना आ रहा है CV? And value of goods to be sent to unregistered job worker on delivery challan having required or not required? Required. Yes. Which is why it will be required. Just check. Just check whether it's interstate supply or not. As it is interstate transfer of goods from principal to job worker. You can. You should. Especially in direct tax. Because in direct tax you won't remember. Because if you do that, there will be a very big benefit. Whenever you do numerical errors, they will not be considered. Okay, we are done with your bill, guys. क्या करना है अभी? क्या सॉन्ग वॉन्ग रुको भाई. First, please clear the concept of value added tax, output tax minus ITC that I've taught. So, introduction. Then you can do charging section. Mane, you can exactly follow the this thing, the book order. So ideally, four chapters: payment of tax, ITC, value of supply, exemptions. They are very late. Yes, they generally do that. ऐसा नहीं, they also ask exemptions के separate questions. ए चुप बैठ. हाँ हाँ, all are. You cannot leave anything in IDT because I'll tell you, if you are any which ways getting 40 marks, then why not use those 40 marks and get an exemption in in taxation? Because then what happens is in direct tax, which is so huge, you know, you have the leverage of leaving there. समझा? तो वहां पे even if you do proper like 5 years of income, set off carry forward, done, and deductions. If you do this, you have covered 90-95 marks of syllabus. So it's easy if you just focus on 90 marks, you can easily get a 65-70. They are, they are very. हाँ बोल शरद. हेलो. हाँ बोल. Yes, 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 tell me. हाँ. हाँ. फोटो. वाइट. वाइट. हेलो. हाँ वाइट वाइट. Hey, did you solve yesterday or not? एक second, एक second. If supplier is, that's the cost you pay. Otherwise, everyone will go ahead with that, no? Okay, come here. Come here. ए धीमा कर इधर आ. आगे बैठ. Sit ahead. Ganesan, sit there. फालतू. चल. जियो लिमिटेड, a registered supplier. ए सलाम, तू आ गया. आ गया, चल आ गया. यहाँ पे बैठ. ओके. चल. Xeon Limited, a GST registered supplier located in Ranchi, that is Jharkhand, is engaged in manufacturing of washing machine and mixer grinders. It provides you the details of following activity. ठीक है चलो. Okay. अच्छा, why is it required for you to remember कि अच्छा where is supplier situated? Because it can happen that they are asking you to calculate tax liability. So let's say if the recipient is in other state, it will be IGST. So that is the game that you should remember. Second, now when you see that the information is given with respect to outward supply also and like inward supply also, right? Then just quickly scroll through the thing. Mostly what will happen is, I'll tell you, there will be adjustments only in inward supply, because outward supply there is hardly anything that they can do. There is no scope in outward supply. There is no thought in outward supply. Okay? In outward supply, all you have to do is just calculate output tax. Right? So here, for example, as I said, Jharkhand is a state. You know this or not? Dhoni is from Ranchi. Thalaiva. Thalai. Okay. So now, if the outward supplies are within Jharkhand, then what will happen? Which tax? CGST and SGST. What about outside Jharkhand? So this is the first thing. So now you have your output tax ready. Your output tax is in the form of I and C and S. Now you need to focus on ITC. क्या ITC किसका मिलेगा? ITC will be for what? So focus on that now. Okay. तो पहला क्या है? Purchase of raw material from registered dealers within Jharkhand, which includes materials worth rupees purchased from Mr. a registered person who is paying tax under composition. चलो बोलो इसमें क्या होगा? Do you realize you have purchased from Mr. Krishna 2 lakh rupees? No GST. There is absolutely no GST. Are you getting it? Because Krishna wouldn't have charged you only GST, because it is not possible for a compo taxpayer to collect tax from the recipient. So Mr. Krishna, okay, must have not charged you anything. No GST. There is no question of what, beta. So out of 7 lakhs, 2 lakhs will not be subject to any GST. But 5 lakhs will be. Got it? Okay, so purchase of raw material from registered within Jharkhand. So 5 lakhs ka ITC will be in the form of second. Okay. Third. So it is a within the state purchase only, but it is a bus which can carry 25 workers. More than? Can you get ITC? Are yes or no? And again the ITC will be in the form of? Will be in the form of CGST, SGST, IGST. Got it? So first determine that ITC is available or not. And then determine it is available in which form. Because you need to fill that table. Are you getting it? That's it. You have the rates. Okay, you have opening balance also. So add that much ITC there. And that's it. All are exclusive figures and that's it, done. You need to calculate net GST payable. And you are done. That's it. It is for 8 marks. Are you getting it? Yes, 8 marks. Value of supply you are already done with. This though you are done on first day itself. Can you solve this? For 300 units it will be 20th September 28th 7. Correct, 28th 7, 300 units. And what about 200? for 200 units. Can you see? 150 have been bought back to Kolkata, and 50 have neither been sold nor bought back. Neither sold nor, so have 6 months elapsed. Yes, so 50 मैं recognize कर लूंगा. And when will I issue the invoice for that 50 units? 20 20th 11 2000 for 50 units. Are you getting it? But for that 150 units I will do nothing. Got it? क्या हुआ? एक सेकंड. Out of remaining 200 units 150. No, so he has neither bought back. So 20th 11 he has sent it. 20th 5 he had sent it, which have neither been nor have been sold. So in that case, what will happen? Huh? Why 200? अरे 150 तो आ गए हैं ना वापस. Exen. Out of remain one unit have been bought. Okay. My bad. Sorry. I'll tell you what will happen here. Here for the 200 units, you will raise the invoice on 20th 11 itself. Are you getting it? That's it. Okay. अरे एक अपना बाकी है वो छोटा सा पार्ट गवर्नमेंट सर्विस का. आई विल टीच यू नाउ. दैट इज फाइन. 8A. What is 8B? What will you write in 8B? What will you write in 8B? What will happen in 8B? Like what? Yes, absolutely correct. Tell me what will you do? हाँ? क्या? अरे B8B. What will you do? अरे वो है ना यार. First IGST. First IGST credit will be used to pay off IGST. Yes or no? Then the remaining you will use it for CGST or SGST. In any order and in any, then CGST credit will be used to pay off, and then IGST and SGST first against, and then against. You cannot use CGST against SGST or SGST against, because they both go in different pockets. One goes to CG and one goes to. That is the entire rule. That is what you need to write. 5 marks for that. Just writing the rule. Yeah. See, when it is for 5 marks, no, don't be lazy. When you know the concept. So what will happen here? Areda, what will happen here? What will be the threshold limit here? 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs or 40 lakhs? बेटा बराबर से देखो. Yes, 10 lakhs. Liable to register, but where? क्या कर रहा है? एक चमाट मारूंगा साले. सेम पैन है ना यार. Q seeks to know whether it is liable for registration. Okay, ठीक है. Second, will our answer be different if Q supplies only petrol and diesel from Tripura? Then ignore Tripura's threshold limit. See Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat. You are only selling goods. Then 40 lakhs. But aggregate turnover you will include everything. Huh? Very good. Nice. I like it. अच्छा अच्छा देखो टाइम ऑफ सप्लाई ढूंढना है यहाँ पे. ओए टाइम ऑफ सप्लाई इजी चैप्टर. An order is placed to TNC on 18th August for supply of fabrics. अच्छा supply of fabrics यानी goods or service? Goods, right? Goods यानी section 12 or 13? 12. Delivered on 4th September and after completion of order issued the invoice on 15th. The payment was received on 30th September. Determine the time of supply. 12/2 क्या है? 12/2 date of issue of invoice or last date, whichever is earlier. So what is the date of issue of invoice? And what is the last day to issue invoice? Is there movement of goods? हाँ बोल सरत. Correct, correct, correct. Arey, they are not ironed, they are just folded. So shirts only iron it, okay? चलो क्या होगा अभी? Tell me what will happen. What is date of removal? Correct. 4th September. अच्छा सेकेंड वाला क्या होगा? Engage supply of transportation via road 20th September. ये क्या कर रहे हो यार? सॉल्व करना है यार. Now here the issue is that the GTA service that is being provided, is it subject to FCM or RCM? On what basis did you say this? Don't sound like an idiot, please. Now, neither 12% is given nor 5%. So the question is only uncertain. So you can write anything, whatever you want. Don't act stupid idiot. Is this very clear? So there will be a lot of times, I'll tell you in advance only, especially in taxation paper, that there are a lot of times where the question is only incomplete. Yes, ICI does that a lot, that it frames the question only incomplete, and then with some weird assumptions they will write the answer and give it to you. Like for example, a classic example has come. If I'm not wrong, let me check. Okay, this question, such a confusing question this is. C part and उसमें भी C का second part safe trans. A GTA transported goods of a couple and co partnership firm which is not registered under GST. Okay, and look at what are the first three lines. Decide which person is liable to pay GST in independent cases where recipient is located in taxable territory. Ignore aggregate turnover and exemption available. Now, if you will check GTA, firstly, they have not mentioned 5% or 12%. Okay, that is the first issue that happened. Second, here, who is the recipient? Couple and go partnership firm which is not registered under GST. Okay, so here actually ये ठीक है, this is fine. एक और question था. This is fine actually because your recipient is what, a partnership firm not registered, that's fine. You have to take first compulsory registration then pay taxes per RCM. There was one more question. Look here. So check this question. अरे V transporters फटाफट से question number one. V transporters. Now ideally what do you think should happen here? If this is the question, beta who is the recipient check? Now go and check the provision because you might not have remembered it clearly. It should be what? I had also given an example beta in this case where be it 12% or be it 5%. Actually, this exemption was for 5%, but by default they've also included 12%. Why 5% may unregistered individual cannot take the brunt of what? Compliance here. Which is why we did what? Exempt. We exempted it. And the same is repeating in 12%. But here, what have they written in the first two lines? You may assume You may assume recipient is located in a taxable person and ignore aggregate turnover and exemption available. What do you mean by that? There are two interpretations here. Ideally, what they mean by saying exemption available is 20 lakh exemption is not available. Are 20 lakh is there no yaar? That is not available. So that the entire transaction is subject to what? GST. Now the thing is that ideally that should have been the interpretation. How ICI interpreted it? That the exemption that is applicable in the scheme where you are as a GTA providing service to an unregistered individual, that exemption is not available. So now they gave answer as per what? Okay, now then we will assume that your GTA will pay tax as per GST at the rate what? 5%. 5% कहाँ से है? अरे पर कहाँ से आया यार? How did it come? Because in the question what have they written? Are you getting it? And later they issued a corrigendum where they said, okay, no, but even if you say that it is exempt, then it is fine. Right? So you don't get confused because of all this stupidity. You only write and come what is taught to you. So if GTA at the 12% is giving service to whom? Then it will be exempt, and got it? Then you don't focus on what is written up. If you are confident about the provision, end it there. It ends there. Okay, very faltu answer they have given. Stupid answers. ये आईटीसी का ये बताओ ना मुझे. Can you remember this? Hey, in this raw material A, tell me one thing. Will you get ITC of raw material A? Check. Out of which 70% inputs procured were used and 30% were in stock at the end. You are supposed to comment on raw material A. Can you take ITC of raw material A? Acha, to comment that whether you can get ITC on raw material A, what are the conditions you look forward to? Beta, go to ITC chapter. बेटा स्टार्टिंग से ऐसे मत रीड करो यार. तुम लोग क्या कर रहे हो यार? लिसन, when you think about ITC, what is it? Inputs. So you should think what are the conditions that government will possibly impose so that I can get legitimate ITC. So I'm receiving goods. So what are the things that I should have for which I can definitely take ITC? Think about it. I should have one what? Tax invoice. Second, I should receive goods अरे ये सोन, सी यू विल लुक फॉरवर्ड टू 16.2. 16.2 क्या लिखा है वहां पे? कंडीशंस ऑफ अवेलिंग आईटीसी. हैव यू रिसीव्ड गुड्स हियर? Now I don't care whether I've used in the process or it is in the stock. I can take ITC because I've received goods. So you can take ITC for the entire 100%. Second, correct. Third, fourth, yes, available. Can you give me 8C ka answer? 8C. What will happen in 8B and 8C? First give me 8C. With and without consideration. In the course of business, the entire chart that I have given, you can entirely write that. What about 8B, 71B and 71C? Supply. Correct. क्या? Whether or not, huh? Business. When it is without consideration. 8B में क्या आएगा? We have also done a sum on this. First you will pay off for which period? Huh? हाँ, previous tax period, then current tax period, and then reassess tax liability under section 73 and 74. E liability, if you can see. Go to E liability, payment of tax. ई लाइबिलिटी, इंटरेस्ट मत दे अंधे. ई लाइबिलिटी है ना, पहला पार्ट देखो. टैक्स इंटरेस्ट पेनल्टी फॉर, देन that is the chronological order they are talking about. Theory question, simple. Done, that's it. Guys, listen. In spite of telling numerous amount of time, you have not studied indirect tax after going home. Clearly. I don't know what the hell have you all done, but you all have not studied. Because by the fag end of my last lecture, generally students are able to give this answer like this. So you have not studied it. Point number one. Point number two, if you don't study in the next week, you will practically not remember anything of IDT. It will just go off your mind. And then to get it back, it will be all the more difficult because even I will not be available. Then only thing that you will have to do is just go back to the lectures, repeat it, and again do it. And that consumes a lot of time and energy, which you don't have anyways. So if you don't complete IDT in the next 1 month, in the next 1 week, where you have some holidays of Diwali and stuff like that, trust me, the entire GST will go for a toss, and no one can do anything about it. You will have to spend another 10 days only for GST, that is only of 40 marks. So please take this seriously. When you go home or when you are going for Diwali, ठीक है, just burn some firecrackers, this and that, but start studying. You don't have any escape. Everything is given to you. The entire material is at your outset with examples. There is Q&A in that. I'm also going to send you summary notes. But till the time you don't open the book and try to understand it, nothing and no one will help. Okay? So before it evaporates from your mind, you remember at least certain part of GST. So go and hit it and just wrap it up. Because if you don't, then forget about this subject. This will happen in every subject. And I've realized that you at Chennai, people have a very hanky panky attitude. You all are not very clear about what to do in life, especially those people who are going to college. I don't know how are you all managing time, because you all don't understand, you all are losing time, and you all are not understanding it right now. And I tell you why: because humans can't foresee future, they only focus on the present. So right now, if you feel a sense of displeasure, if you see, if you feel a sense of discomfort understanding a subject, or even stretching for more number of hours beyond your actual number of coaching hours, you feel displeasure. And what when you feel displeasure, you look out for comfort, and that can be in anything: roaming around, watching Netflix, going to YouTube, and just doing nothing. By doing that, you are just escaping the job at your hand. You are just procrastinating it. You have to do it any which ways. If not today, then tomorrow. If not in this attempt, next attempt. And you will exactly be that aspirant who gets into the loop of May to May via November. So avoid that, please. It's my genuine request, because uh, the issue was that firstly, you all are indisciplined. You all have no respect for time whatsoever. And because of that, what happens is that things don't happen on time. So start respecting time, start doing things on the time, and please push yourself to some extent, because there will be times where you will not understand things, but ignoring it or going away from it is not the case. You come to the class and you have no clue of what the hell is going in the class, and there are reasons, because you come late to the class. What is done in the class in the previous lecture, you don't revise and come. You just come. That does not happen. Things don't happen that way. The only benefit of coaching is when you revise and come. That means you are in alignment with what is being taught. If you just get up all of a sudden and come to the class, there is no use because you are just adding information. You are not building on it. You build when you already are with the class. When you revise and come. And all I was expecting was very simple, that जो करवाया है, what I've already done, you just revise and come. But most of them have had excuses, this and that, and then what happens is that if the teacher does not get the response what it needs from the students, no, then even the teacher somewhere stops making that effort. So all I want you to do is that there is a lot of time left. It is still not late. You have November, December, Jan, Feb, March, and April. Almost 6 months. Just save yourself from this. Because with this attitude, if you will not even be able to complete group 1 studies. So first be very clear of what you are going to do, guys. And how much time you are supposed to give to college if you are doing college, and if not college, then your life is any which way is very sorted. All you have to do is just focus on the coaching, and then uh, just revise what is being done. So make a schedule, please. It's a sincere request. And you all have the number. वो group में मैं added हूँ. I'm added in the group. So if there are any doubts, do let me know. My summary lectures are already there. Revision lectures are already there. But the issue is the revision lectures are in Hindi and English. So see if you can understand the context from there. If yes, then fine. Then because I'm planning, let me see. I'm also planning to just record the entire revision in English. Let me see if that's possible. But that will happen in the fag end of like December or first week of January. So all I want is that, especially in subjects which you find very difficult, you need to do it even more and fragment it. There are 10 topics, don't directly do aim forward 10 topics. No, one topic a day, that's it. Slice it up, and you won't even realize when you have actually done with the entire portion. Okay, so there's nothing impossible. I just want you to understand and take the stock of the situation and value your time. Acha, if you are not feeling like coming to class in any subject for that matter, don't come to class. Sit at home, take rest, and study. Don't just come to class because you have to come to the class because you've paid fees. Value your time, understand what you are doing, because there is no point you come to the class, and since you have not been coming to class since last few days, you have lost track of what is happening. All of a sudden you come to the class and expect that you will understand everything. That it does not happen that way. There is some link, there is some way in which some subject is taught, and there is always a pretext to it. So don't just appear. And if you are not attending for few days, then please talk to the teacher. Okay, sir, can I sit in the lecture? Will it be useful for me to sit? I have not attended these lectures. So the teacher will help you. Okay, then listen, out of 4 chapters, just do these 2 and start sitting. Communicate, have a conversation with the teacher. Don't just go haywire. Take the stock of situation. Understand where you are going wrong, if you think you are going wrong, and work towards it, nothing else. That's it. There's one chapter returns which is hardly of 1.5 hour. That's there. There are few amendments in that which I will just do the recording and give it to you. Other things we are done, except just one thing, and that is government service. So let's just quickly see that and wrap it up. Okay. Page number. Okay. So if the supplier is basically government, we are doing government service right now. So if the supplier is government, it can be either in the form of CG, SG, UT's Union Territory, LA's local authority. If they are giving any services to the recipient, then definitely what is going to happen, guys? It is going to be exempt. Except in 4 cases. The first case, it will be services given by Department of Post. Now, Department of Post is basically post office that falls under the Ministry of Communication and Technology, that is central government. Okay, central government is actually giving service to any person other than CG, CG, SG या फिर क्या है UT. But which kind of service are they giving? Speed postal, express parcel, agency, and life insurance. So only if these 4 services are given to any person other than government, then definitely it is taxable. And your tax will be paid by the Department of Post to government. Yani as good as one department of CG will give tax to another department of CG by collecting it from the recipient. It is very interesting to see that why these services are only targeted. Very simple. So now there were two kinds of players. One is Blue Dart, who are into courier services, extremely efficient, pretty good. But an equally efficient department was there by whom? By Department of Post in the form of Speed Post. In the form of, so here also they will send in 2 days, here also they will send in 2 days, here also they will charge 500 rupees, here also they are charging 500 rupees. But the thing with Blue Dart is with 500 rupees they will also charge GST. And here this exception was not created before. So any services provided by government were what? Exempt. So this guy would not charge GST. So here it will be 590, but here it will be only 500. So obviously the consumer is going to go with that place where you don't have GST, that is Speed Post. Now this was hampering and putting a dent to Blue Dart's business and or the private couriers business. So what the industry said to the government that listen boss, it is not the business of the government to do business. The business of the government is to govern the business. So instead of governing the business, you have started business with me only, and there also you are creating yourself as an exception and changing the rules of the game, applying GST to me but not applying GST to yourself. This will not happen. Listen, I am going to stay there for long. You are only there for 5 years. So figure out for yourself. Tomorrow you might not be there, and while you will need me to give your party a donation, I will not. First, make the policy in my favor. So government said, okay, listen, now I am making all these services what subject to GST, and it will be at par. So speed post also 590, and apna blue dart also 590. And obviously you cannot trigger RCM here. So if some 15-year-old is coming and telling you कि भाई speed post करवा दो, you cannot tell him that okay, now first you do pay taxes per no, you cannot trigger RCM here, because these are all common people. You cannot ask them to pay tax. So which is why it will only be FCA. So Department of Post is providing speed postal service to Adani Limited. Still, who will pay tax? Is it other than CG, SG or UT? Yes. Who will pay tax? Second, what will happen? Exempt under entry 6. Why? Correct. Because any other person other than CGSG and UT is covered under exception. So if you are CGSG, you are not covered under the exception, you are a part of the exemption. Here also, if you can see, recipient local authority is not written. Acha, but there are other services like what? Basic mail service, operating savings account, pension payment. Okay, they are not covered under the exemption, and hence they are what beta? Exempt. Next. Acha, supplier is CG, SG, UTLA. Supplier will pay tax as per FCM. Here the services in relation to aircraft or inside or outside the precincts of port or airport is taxable, and here it will be taxable as per FCM. So basically parking services which they generally give to a ship or a airline company, that is taxable as per FCA. Third, transportation of passenger and goods. So here they have said that listen, it is outside the purview of entry number 6 that we are doing actually right now. And here, even though government is giving service, it is not exempt, it is taxable. And here the tax will be paid by the Indian Railways only, because most of the transportation of passenger service happens through that only. So supplier will only pay the tax. Okay, just remember there are few exemptions covered under 17, 18 and 20. For example, if you travel by second class or non-AC, or else metro, mono, tramway, they are all exempt. And the last fourth is services provided to a business entity. So CG, SG, UTLA providing any service to a business entity. Okay, here um, firstly, and also erase this. All you need to do is just refer entry number 7 here. Okay. So right now here all you need to conclude is it is outside the purview of entry number 6, and you need to directly shift to entry number 7. So if CGSG UTLA is providing service to a business entity where in preceding financial year the aggregate turnover is not exceeding the amount in preceding financial year, as it makes it eligible for exemption from registration under CGST Act, it will definitely be what, my dear friends? Exempt. But this exemption is not applicable to whom? Department of Post Service, service in relation to aircraft and transportation of goods and passengers, and for this renting of immovable property service. Okay. Second is, if the service is provided to business entity but it is exceeding, okay, the amount in preceding financial year, then definitely the business entity will pay tax as per RCM. Something very similar to legal service that we've done. Acha, just remember, in case of renting of immovable property service, supplier can be anyone, CGSG, UTLA. If it's giving renting of immovable property service to registered person, then it will be taxable as per, and this is clearly given in 9 subsection 3. So CG is providing advertisement service to Biocon Limited. Is Biocon Limited a business entity? Yes. Is its turnover exceeding the threshold limit? Yes. So here who will pay tax? Biocon. Second, recipient gone hai, Adnovate. Turnover of preceding financial year was how much? Third is Miss Mansi, a student. Now this student is basically nothing else but what? Non-business entity. And if you will see that here the exception was for whom? So that means if CGSG UTL is providing service to a non-business entity, it will be covered under what? Exemption under entry number 6 only. Because you are taking out what? What is the exception? Service is provided to business entity. That is an exception. But what is not an exception? Service is provided to non-business entity. That is not an exception, and hence it is forming part of exemption. So here just make a note. If CGSG UTLA is providing service to non-business entity, then it is definitely dosto exempt under which entry? Entry number 6. Next, Department of Post, CG is providing basic mail service, exempt. This both is exempt under which entry? Because exception में चार ही है services: speed post, express parcel post, and your insurance and agency service. You do, in exception you don't have what? Basic mail services. And I'll tell you a simple logic behind this. A basic mail services takes 10 days to do the same thing that a blue dart will do in 2 days. So here, even though basic mail services, the Department of Post charges you 100 rupees, and there this guy charges you 1000 rupees, you will still go ahead with 1000 because they are also giving you efficiency with that. So it has no and absolutely no competition with courier service. Which one? The basic mail services. वो रेड कलर का आता था ना, like postman. So government thought that there is no point creating here an exception, and since here, if you can see, it is exempt. Acha, and CG is providing renting of immovable property service to HUL registered person. Acha. Entry number 8. CGSG UTLA is providing service to CGST UTLA only. Exempt. But this exemption is not applicable to whom? Department of Post, Aircraft Vessel and Passenger and Goods. CG is providing security service which does not fall under any of this exemption to Bihar state. So is CG providing service to SG? Yes. Is it under any of the three services here? No. Which is why it will be, and under which entry? You don't have to remember entries. It is just that 6, 7, 8, 9 you need to remember because it has some correlation, nothing else. Indian Railway Service provides transportation of goods service. Now this falls under the exception, not applicability. So here definitely entry it will not apply. Okay, and definitely it will be what? And Indian Railways will pay the tax. And the last is entry number 9. CGSG UTLA recipient कोई भी हो, if the consideration value is what? Up to 5,000. And if three of these services are not there, then definitely government thinks that this is below caliber service exempt, but this will be, ठीक है, that's it, done. Okay, ठीक है. चलो तो फिर अभी यहीं खत्म करते हैं. डन. ओके. Go bring. Where will you get? चलो केक वेक नहीं लाना है भाई, कहाँ से लाएंगे केक? हाँ, कहाँ से? चलो लेके आते हैं। कहाँ से लेके आएंगे केक? पर डेली 24 में नहीं मिलेगा। पेस्ट्री ओनली देर, नो?